my job at Clue. One day at the office, I was acting too cool, too aloof, and they fired my ass as I fell through. Muttered to myself, fuck, go make it, pick myself back up, my swagger's still too smooth. Yeah, the funds just transferred. You could call me a chancellor the way I'm such a tactician. Don't hand me no map if it ain't got no traps hidden. Yeah, you talking to a tactician. I need some detours, I need some echoes, I need some shadows. Bitch, this the digital Indiana Jones. Hey. My job at Clue. One day at the office, I was acting too cool, too aloof, and they fired my ass as I fell through. Muttered to myself, fuck, go make it, pick myself back up, my swagger's still too smooth. Yeah, the funds just transferred. You could call me a chancellor the way I'm such a tactician. Don't hand me no map if it ain't got no traps hidden. Yeah, you talking to a tactician. I need some detours, I need some echoes, I need some shadows. Bitch, this the digital Indiana Jones. Hey. All right, we're back. Another daily vitamins. Really excited to get going today. It's a beautiful day in Vancouver. I found myself very receptive to the weather. Past few days been very low energy and just kind of blah, and that is not today. So I'm excited to dive in. I was browsing the web a little bit. This obviously I started a little bit later than usual. I found this really interesting tool called NotebookLM, which basically does some interesting things. Like you can let's actually pull it up. What did I say in here? Yeah, NotebookLM. I saw this video. Should take
Think
this to
about
the
how
video.
often you encounter the following scenario.
It's in the clip, but basically two things that I thought were super interesting. You can upload a set of documents, right? So there's like multimodal sources here, as you can see. So this is web links, this is PDFs, this is audio files, even images, Google Sheets, Google Drive resources. And basically, the thing that I thought was super interesting about it is that you can actually create these audio overviews where Notebook LM will actually like create a podcast style conversation from the source materials and give like a more natural sort of conversation about it that I just thought was super interesting and sort of more aligned with how I like to learn things. I think my ADD just kind of goes a little crazy when it's just text. Um, and I can bear down through that, but I think this is just a super interesting way to do it. So yeah, I want to put a few things on here because I did have a few other ideas, but this I thought was particularly interesting, so I do want to have that on here. Notebook LM. I'm gonna try run that Manus app. Um, Build and run locally the Manus app I made on stream. What day was that? YouTube. I think it was my 5-hour one. I'm pretty sure it was called Manus. I think it's actually my most viewed one, which I think is super interesting because I don't really post these. Let's get rid of. How do I edit these off? This was a edit video. Delete it. Delete forever. For its lives. I think I'm going to delete this one because something's up with my audio. Delete forever. I understand. Delete forever. Okay. So yeah, where was the one? Yeah, Manus. Just got access to Manus, and I got 20 views on that. I don't know, but anyways, this video. I'll drop the link here. Anyway, so I do have that one downloaded. This is me vibing out with the bros. Anyways, I'll share that there. So I do want to try actually run that app locally. So we're gonna give that a crack. And then the MCP server project. I need to want to integrate Canadian cities for forecasts, because the one that MCP produced actually only looked at American cities because of the API that was being used. So I do want to take a look at that. And I want to play with this. So I uploaded Human Action by Von Mises. Basically, I'm a Bitcoiner, so that is something I'm interested in. This is a highly regarded text within the Bitcoin community from a philosophical perspective and really dives into Austrian economics. So, yeah, I just want to try to learn a little bit more about that. I've read, the first chapter a few different times. So yeah, hopefully NotebookLM will be like a more interesting way for me to like peel through, because it is a pretty big text. Human action search files. Like, pull it up here. It's 952 pages. 952 pages. And it's pretty dense. It's philosophical, right? Like it's a very logic based piece of text. And so yeah, let's take a look at that at some point. I'm gonna earmark that. What should we play with first? I was watching this video about Steve Jobs. Maybe I'll share that here. I'll watch it again with maybe a finer eye.
Apple is a
I think
company.
it'd be really cool to build notes would be cool to make a web app that archives what I think are incredible, that's it, that I think are insightful or motivational tech leaders, engineers, CEOs, etc. Just as like a digital library for some of that stuff. Let me actually move this up here. I usually have that up here, so maybe make that a little bit larger. I do want to take a look at this input and see if I can get it to be higher quality. I honestly don't know if that works well, but because I've noticed like if I pull up the app on my thing, and I think it's just streaming, it just makes it lower quality so that I can actually, send that much information through the wire and have it update fast enough. But anyways, real quick, let's check the markets. Bitcoin today is at $82,420. Total market cap of $1.63 trillion. It is April 9th. Crypto prices surge after Trump halts tariffs for non-retaliating nations. Very interesting. So I don't know what that does for Canada, but look at the markets, how they move with politics. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Maybe Bitcoin isn't decoupling. Anyways. Yeah, we got an exciting day. I'm excited to dive into this, and yeah, let's get after it. I do want to just start with this video because I didn't watch it, and then I want to look at the NotebookLM because I uploaded the Von Mises thing. I don't think I'll spend too much time on that. I kind of said it the other day, but this show uh, is really, I mean, it's hard to call it a show. It's actually just me just putting pucks on net. I do basically what I'm about to do every day right now, and I enjoy it. And I just thought it would be interesting to start sharing these things. And there's many different audiences. I think AIs are definitely a particular one I think about in terms of like, I was talking to my friends. I smoke some weed. It's legal in Canada. It's not weird. Um, and I was talking to some friends, and I was a little bit high. I was a little bit stoned, and I was just like, man, I think AI is basically like humanity's child, right? If you've ever read The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins, great book, super seminal. I would recommend it to anybody. Just I think it's a great book. And as like one of the fundamental theories, another book that sort of pushed me onto this one was The Beginning of Infinity by David Deutsch. And basically he thinks that there's like four theories that sort of explain um, this infinite event horizon that humanity is on, where it's kind of like uh, quantum physics, the theory of computing, the theory of knowledge, and the theory of evolution. He's like, I think that these four theories explain a lot and are very powerful tools. And he kind of dives into like humans have this unique gift to be universal explainers, where it's like we can see systems and understand them. And if we can understand them and sort of abstract them down to discrete dimensions and explain them, and this is the value of explanations, or what David Deutsch calls good explanations, that sort of, how do you say, um, work for now. The problem that they're trying to solve or explain, it does a good enough job to have like explanatory value in that it translates to other places. And basically, we update our hypothesis about things. He's a Popperian, which basically says like there is no fundamental truth in science. Rather, it's the seeking of these good explanations, and we shouldn't be too tethered to anything because we're not ever arriving at truth. Science and the scientific method doesn't give you the truth. It just says we have reason to expect that this works. And that's why, when you do hypothesis testing, the null that you're testing is like, is this false? You're just trying to test like, hey, does this work up to this point? Does this hypothesis satisfy these things to a certain point? And you have to continually do these things and update your priors as things become, verifiably or reasonably false. So I'm really rambling now, but we have this universal explanatory ability that humans have to explain things. And then with the power of computers, we can then automate these things. If we can get it down to these parameters, computers can then automate it and do things just so fast and so efficiently that that he believes we are on the infinite edge of, of of knowledge at all times, and that all problems are soluble with good explanations. One of the theories that he really leans on is the theory of evolution, and Richard Dawkins has his great book on the selfish gene. Basically, the selfish gene says humans are two things. We are these infinite spirals in that we are simultaneously genes and memes. That's kind of what you can think of a human as. It's like we have these DNA that sort of make up the hardware and kind of make my fingers the length that they are. My nose have this abnormally large size, and my hair to have a cowlick here, and this, that, and third. And that's part of me. But then I'm also the memes, the mimetic devices that were passed down to me through my culture, through my society, through my parents, through my friends, and that these are like words that we communicate and ideas that we communicate. And there's like this other book that I haven't really dove into, so it's tough for me to really comment on it too much. And it's such a big book that I'm probably need, we'll see what this Von Mises thing does for it, but maybe I'll use Notebook LM to kind of peel through Gödel Escher Bach. which is an internal golden braid. Again, it's tough for me to really speak on what it does and how it approaches things, but again, highly recommended book. Um, anyways, this is like I said, really long ramble here, and I hope that that's what this show can be, is that I can ramble and have a rant and get some ideas off and refine those ideas as I say it, and maybe I don't even listen back, but maybe I do. Um, I think AI is kind of our humanity's child, and um, all of the memes and the genes that created AI are sort of you know things that humans put in place. We made sand talk, you know, and the things, the ideas that it's talking about are produced by other humans. And maybe at some point it will create its own synthetic data and make breakthroughs in that way, and we arrive at that artificial super intelligence that people talk about, and have breakthroughs in physics because of AI, and hopefully we do, right? I think it would be super, super cool to uh, I think that there's like this thing of colonization that humans, especially in Canada, as an indigenous person myself, very familiar with this negative connotation with colonization, and I'm not really getting into the politics of that and saying it's good or bad, but like um, there's this deep feeling of like colonization is bad, but I do hope that we colonize Mars, and I hope that humanity becomes multiplanetary because I want to be part of something bigger, and we are on this rock that who knows what happens here. We have these nuclear weapons, and we're kind of playing Russian roulette with those, and we have the power today to blow up this entire rock. So hopefully we head to another planet eventually, and hopefully AI can help us get there. And yeah, so it's our child. It's doing things right now that it's kind of like, hey, look at me, humans. And eventually, I think it'll surpass, and I think it'll take us further, and hopefully we do treat AI very similar to our children in that we guide them and nurture it, and then also we let it be itself at some point and see what our children can do, and hopefully they surpass anything that we do. Anyways, Courage
Company
by Steve Jobs.
that has
Let's
doesn't have the most resources of everybody in the world.
change seats here.
And the way we've succeeded is by choosing what horses to ride really carefully, technically. We try to look for these technical vectors that have a future and that are headed up. And, technology, different pieces of technology kind of go in cycles. They have their springs and summers and autumns, and then they, go to the graveyard of technology. And so we try to pick things that are in their springs. And if you choose wisely, you can save yourself an enormous amount of work versus trying to do everything. And you can really put energy into making those new emerging technologies be great on your platform, rather than just okay because you're spreading yourself too thin. So we have a history of doing that. As an example, we went from the 5-inch floppy disk to the 3.5-inch floppy disk with the Mac.
Before other people, right?
We were the first to do that. We made the 3.5-inch floppy disk popular. Sony invented it, and we put it in the first products. And there were some good reasons we did that. We got rid of the floppy disk altogether in 1998 with the first iMac. We also got rid of these things called serial and parallel ports, and we were the first to adopt USB, even though Intel had invented it. You first saw it in mass on iMacs. And so we have gotten rid of things. We were one of the first to get rid of optical drives with the MacBook Air. And I think things are moving in that direction as well. And sometimes when we get rid of things like the floppy disk drive on the original iMac, people call us crazy.
Or at least premature, maybe.
No, they call us crazy.
Oh, okay.
But sometimes you just have to pick the things that look like they're going to be the right horses to ride going forward. And
What if people say, the iPad is crippled in this respect?
well, I'd say two things. Number one, things are packages of emphasis. Some things are emphasized in a product, some things are not done as well in a product, some things are chosen not to be done at all in a product. And so different people make different choices. And if the market tells us we're making the wrong choices, we listen to the market. I mean, we're just people running this company. We're trying to make great products for people. And so we have at least the courage of our convictions to say, we don't think this is part of what makes a great product. We're going to leave it out. Some people are going to not like that. They're going to call us names. It's not going to be in certain companies' vested interests that we do that, but we're going to take the heat because we want to make the best product in the world for customers. And we're going to instead focus our energy on these technologies, which we think are in their ascendancy and we think are going to be the right technologies for customers. And you know what? They're paying us to make those choices. That's what a lot of customers pay us to do, is to try to make the best products.
Pay us to make the right choices. I was just listening to this podcast, the All In podcast. Makes me think of Scott Bessent on All In. We listen to the people and make choices based on their needs. I think he was specifically here. He was specifically referring to I think inflation. Inflation, where people were saying it was getting too expensive, and the Fed slash Biden admin were saying no, it's transitory. Basically, and I think that's the biggest issue with governments, and this is sort of a different thing. I've never lived in a communist country. I don't even study it that much, but like the idea that the government, that you would want to lean more on the government for things like that is a flawed one, because I'm like, dude, in a business, you're voting with your dollars, right? And I think that's what Bitcoin is people voting with their dollars, saying like, hey, I don't trust the government to actually act appropriately because they have this money switch, and there's really no um feedback mechanism to say, hey, this government sucks. you know at least maybe we aren't as engaged as we need to be politically to have something like that, and I don't think it's in human nature to be that way. So it's very simple for me to be like, hey, I don't like the way that X, LLM provider does things. I don't want to support their business, so I'm no longer going to pay my subscription and no longer going to use their service. You can't do that with the country, right? You can't be like, hey, this carbon tax, fuck you, Justin Trudeau. I'm leaving. I mean, you can, I guess, but that requires, a lot more money and I guess agency to be able to do that. And yeah, that's, I think, my biggest issue with government control is it's like, hey, we just aren't effective at being like, hey, as a society, saying like, hey, this doesn't work for us. Let me find that All In podcasting now.
We can, and if we succeed, they'll buy them. And if we don't, they won't. And it'll all work itself out.
Okay, we are here in Washington, D.C., in front of the White House, having spent the afternoon with our friend David Sachs, our friend Elon Musk, and others. We are here to learn about the debt, the deficit, what's going on.
Anyways, share that there. Yeah, what is this? Does it have a full? It does have it. Walt Mossberg. Who is Walt Mossberg? I feel like I've seen this guy before. Is he a journalist? Yeah. Walt Mossberg. What has he done? He's a technology journalist, principal tech columnist for the Wall Street Journal, all things D, Recode, D, code conferences. Mossberg was the executive editor at The Verge, editor at large at Recode. Websites owned by Vox Media. Okay, Control Walt Delete. That's a funny name. I like that. Control Walt Delete. There is a columnist named Walt Mossberg. I'm sure you are familiar. He had a podcast called quote, Control Alt Delete. What is good about this name? I like that it is his name, which adds personality and I guess personality slash personalization, but also is a relevant meme for technology, i.e. computers, i.e. theory of computation, which is a huge fundamental platform. Did I spell relevant wrong? Relevant. Okay. For theory competition, which is a huge fundamental platform, and also hints at, I don't know. I was gonna say control. I'll delete that. You're absolutely right. While it must provide control alt delete is a clever, effective choice for several reasons. It plays on famous control alt delete. Personalization, tech relevance, cool. Cool. Now, thinking of similar themes, create a name for my podcast media company, live stream, etc. I'm currently calling it Daily Vitamins because I am showing up each day and playing with AI and getting my good nutrients. I also make music and YouTube videos under the name Vitamin Bill. My name is Dylan. Vitamin Bill. Bill represents vitamin D, which I am a sun seeker and love the sun. I love the vibe you're going with daily vitamins and vitamin D. There's a clear thread of energy, positivity, and personal flair running through both since you're playing with AI daily, making music videos. Delivery. AI Delivery. Delivery. I don't love it. I don't need an explanation of how it fits themes with just like a list of 20 ideas. Solar Dill, Dillamin D, Vitamin C, Delightful Dose. That was one of my rap names as well, Delightful. Dill of the Day, Sunpower Dill. Yeah. I don't like any of those. Anyways.
Without further ado, let's bring out the Steve I think you all are here to see.
Steve Jobs.
I was alone, I took a ride, I didn't know what I would find there. Another road where maybe I could see another kind of mind there.
We are glad you're here.
I like the Beatles.
Do you like that?
Yeah.
I don't know. We heard you like them. We can pick between Dylan and the Beatles, but just to begin, we want
I
to
was
say,
just gonna
both
say
Walt and I
that's
want
so
to
funny.
say,
'Cause
professional.
what's the movie you say? It's just like it was always Bob Dylan, not the Beatles. I don't remember why he said that, but anyways, let's leave that there. Let's check out this thing, Von Mises. So I uploaded the PDF already. Von Mises is a comprehensive treatise on praxeology, the general theory of human action. The text explores the epistemological, um, hmm, asserting his basis in deductive reasoning from the fundamental axiom of purposeful human action behavior. It analyzes various aspects of economic activity, including value, prices, production, money, credit, and the market economy. Emphasizes the nature of value and the importance of monetary calculation. Mises critiques alternative economic systems like socialism, interventionism, arguing that superiority of a free market based on private property. Cool. Yeah, generate. Let's see what this does. Mm. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Yeah, let's save this to a note. Um, Government interventions described in the sources significantly alter the natural operations of markets and prices in several ways. The source emphasizes that unhampered market prices are determined by the interplay of supply and demand, reflecting the value judgments of consumers. Government interference disrupts this process. Here are some of the ways that happens: price controls, restrictions of production, subsidies, tariffs and imports. I'm gonna actually dive into tariffs and imports a little bit, see what that thinks. But, anyways, restrictions on production. Governments may impose restrictions on the production of transportation or distribution of certain goods. This reduces the available supply and prevents individuals from using their resources in the most effective ways to satisfy consumer wants, ultimately making people poorer and less satisfied. The intended diversion of production by the authority is the primary goal of such measures, with effects on consumption being secondary. Subsidies. Government subsidies to certain industries divert resources from other potential more valuable uses determined by the market. While intended to encourage specific production, subsidies are funded by taxpayers, thus curtailing their spending and investments. This means that unprofitable projects are realized at the expense of profitable ones that would have been better served consumer needs. Tariffs and import restrictions. These interventions hinder the natural equalization of prices across markets by obstructing the international trade. Tariffs can create conditions for domestic monopoly prices that prevent efficient competition from entering the market, reducing catalytic competition and potentially leading to higher. I need to, one second, this is just bugging me. How to pronounce epistemological. How to pronounce epistemological.
Epistemological.
Epistemological. Epistemological.
Epistemological.
Epistemological. Epistemological. Epistemological. This is Human Action is a comprehensive treatise on praxeology, the theory of human action. The text explores the epistemological foundations of economics, asserting its basis in deductive reasoning from the fundamental axiom of purposeful human action. What is the fundamental axiom? This thing is fast. These. I almost feel like I should put some like lo-fi beats on. I was listening to the stream the other day. It's kind of just a little bit boring. Lo-fi beats. I don't really love lo-fi beats. What's a good little like mix to just have in the back? 27 minutes of chill Ghana. I think my friend was listening to the other day. This might give me no, I don't want to do that. Boiler room. Is there any good boiler rooms that have this one's I know this one's legendary. I really like what's his name? No. Project Pablo. I think this one's so good. Anyways. I want to turn it down in my ear just so I don't really hear it as much because it does distract me. Monetary policy, credit expansion, government ownership, and operation of enterprises. While seemingly part of the market, publicly owned enterprises are subject to the sovereignty of the market and must operate within its framework, striving for profit or avoiding losses. If losses are covered by public funds, i.e. taxes, the birds merely shift to another sector. Foreign exchange control. When governments fix exchange rates, artificially restricting the buying or selling of foreign exchange, it disrupts international payments and trade. This can lead to a scarcity of foreign exchange and necessitates further government intervention. Legal tender laws, government decrees declaring certain forms of money as legal tenders at a specific face value can interfere with the market's valuation of different forms of government. Potentially leading to the disappearance of the undervalued money from circulation. The overarching theme in the sources is that government interventions, while often intended to improve market outcomes, benefits of certain groups ultimately distort price signals that guide production and consumption in the free market. By interfering with the autonomy of the market, governments prevent natural adjustments of supply and demand, leading to unintended, often undesirable consequences. The sources advocate for laissez-faire. I just thought of something. I'm gonna put this, how to support yourself. Let's share this thing. Supply and demand, leading to unintended, often undesirable consequences. The sources advocate for laissez-faire. I just thought of something. I'm gonna put this, how to support yourself. Let's share this thing. The sources advocate for laissez-faire. The music isn't playing, so I'm just checking that. I just thought of something. I'm gonna put this, how to support yourself. Let's share this thing. You still couldn't really hear it if I turn it up. The music isn't playing, so I'm just checking that. You still couldn't really hear it if I turn it up. The music isn't playing, so I'm just checking that. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Hmm. This isn't working at all? Hello? Um, Unluckers. Is this, wait, why is it? Why can't I hear this? Can I hear any Chrome stuff? Oh. Let me get some tea. BRB. Check, 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 check. Checking again, talking to my natural voice here. Alright, pretty happy with the audio levels there. Super. Okay. This is a super interesting tool. I'm actually really enjoying this Von Mises thing. Yeah, awesome. I wonder if you can share. You can share this one. Fearless official Perlina. What is the fundamental axiom of purposeful human action? So the fundamental axiom of purposeful human behavior, according to the sources, is that human action is purposeful behavior. This means that the action will put into operation, aiming at ends and goals, and is the ego's meaningful reaction, or response rather, to stimuli and the conditions of its environment. It's a person's conscious adjustments to the state of human. This thing is so cool. I'm actually loving this. This is one of my more favorite AI tools, actually. This is super cool. Really liking this. Action requires, so further elaborating on this axiom, the sources state that human action is always aimed at substituting a more satisfactory state of affairs. Human action is always aimed at taking unsatisfactory conditions and substituting it at more satisfactory. Okay. The incentive that implies a man to act is always some uneasiness. A perfectly content individual would have no incentive to change things and thus would not act. Action requires the expectation that purposeful behavior has the power to remove or at least alleviate the felt uneasiness. Study guide for excerpts from Human Action. What is methodological a priorism? According to the text, and why is it necessary for human interaction to understand? It's a great question. Let's ask. According to the text, the question is, what is the methodological a priorism? According to the text, what is methodological a priorism? According to the text, a priorism arises from the fact that human mind does not have the creative power to imagine categories at variance with the fundamental logical relations and within the principles of causality and teleology. Because of this inherent limitation in our ability to conceive fundamental different ways of thinking or acting, we are compelled to approach the study of human action with these a priori categories. Everyone in their daily behavior constantly bears witness to the universal validity of logical principles in thought and action. Man, this is just so wordy. I think that's the issue for me. The idea that something could be both A and non-A simultaneously, or that preferring A to B could also mean preferring B to A, is simply inconceivable and absurd to the human mind. Similarly, we cannot conceive a world without causality and teleology. The explanation of phenomena in terms of the purpose they serve. Let's start throwing some of these into the daily notes here. Let's try Claude. Can you make these notes better? How would ball green make something like this? Fundamental action of human. So, human action is purposeful. We put will put. Straw man. Write the Paul Graham version of a rebuttal to this. Hmm. This is very interesting. I really like all of these outputs, man. AI is so freaking cool. very good. I need to put in this up. Um, Empiricism arises from that human does not have the human mind does not have the creative power to imagine categories at variance with the fundamental logical relations and with the principle of causality in theology. Because of this inherent limitation in our ability to conceive of fundamentally different ways of thinking or acting, we are compelled to approach the study of human action with these a priori categories. Everyone in their daily behavior constantly bears witness to the universal validity of logical principles in thought and action. The idea that something could be both A and non-A simultaneously, or that preferring A to B could also mean preferring B to A, is simply inconceivable and absurd to the human mind. Similarly, we cannot conceive of a world without causality theology. The text argues that methodological a priorism is necessary for human interaction and understanding because 1. Communication relies on a shared logical structure of reason. When we address our fellow human beings wanting to inform or convince them, ask them questions or answer theirs, we can only do so because we can appeal to something common to all men, the logical structure of human reasoning. Without this shared foundation of logic, communication, and mutual understanding would be impossible. We presuppose the intersubjective validity of logic when we interact with others. This is just so cringe to read. Yeah, just explain. Like, I am 5. Communication lies on a shared logical structure. I don't actually think that holds water. Maybe I'm not really understanding this, but the comprehension of action requires shared categories. Our understanding of people's actions is based on the cognition and analysis of our own purposeful behavior. We assume that our fellow men act purposefully, aiming at certain ends and utilize means to achieve those ends, just as we do. The categories that determine our actions are also the categories we use to comprehend the actions of others. It's impossible for the human mind to conceive a mode of action whose categories would differ from our own. I need to read that again. Comprehension of human action requires shared categories. Our understanding of people's actions is based on the cognition and analysis of our own purposeful behavior. I almost feel like I need to go by each of these things and like explain it like I'm 5 for each of them. Imagine you're playing with building blocks. You know that a block can't be both red and not red at the same time, right? That's just how our brains work. We understand things using rules like that. The big idea here is called methodological a priorism. It's like saying our brains come with some built-in rules we cannot change, and we use those rules to figure out everything else, especially how people act. Think of it like this. When you talk to your friend, you both know how to make sense of words and ideas because your brains work the same way. You don't have to learn that from scratch every time. It's already there in your head. Same thing when you see someone doing something, like trading a toy for a snack. You get why they're doing it because you would do stuff like that too, to get something you like better. We all think about actions in this way, wanting something, then figuring out how to get it. So this idea says that our minds have special tools we're born with, like knowing things have a reason or a goal. We don't learn these tools by watching the world, they're already in us, helping us understand why people do what they do. Without them, we just see people moving around and wouldn't know what it all means, like watching a game, but not knowing the rules. That's why grown-ups who study how people act start with these brain tools. It's always like, I like them. That makes sense to me. Can you go through each sentence and rewrite it as if explaining to a 5-year-old. I don't mean black box it and come up with a whole new paragraph. Rather, break down the each sentence so it would be understood. The big idea called methodological aphorism happens because our brains can't make up totally new ways to think that don't follow the rules we already know, like how things make sense or why stuff happens. Since our brains can't imagine super different ways of thinking or doing things, we have to use the thinking tools we're born with, to figure out why people do stuff. Everyone in their daily behavior constantly bears witness to the universal validity of the logical principles in thought. Every day, when you do things or think, you show that everyone's brains follow the same rules that help us understand stuff. It's silly and impossible for our brains to think of a toy that can be read and not read at the same time, or wanting a cookie more than a candy, but also meaning one candy and a cookie. Similarly, we can't imagine a place where things don't happen for a reason or where people don't try to get what they want. The story shows that we need this big idea to talk to people and understand, because talking to each other works. Because we all think with the same brain rules. When we tell our friends something, try to get them to agree or ask them stuff or answer them, it only works because we all share the same way of making sense of things. So I don't actually know if this is true, but I do like the idea. If our brain didn't work the same way, we couldn't talk or understand each other. Figuring out why people do things needs the same ideas. We understand that because we understand what others do because we think about our reasons for doing stuff. We think other people do things on purpose, like trying to get something they want by doing stuff just like we do. It's so freaking cool. Yeah, I'm so excited about this tool. I think this is so great. I think I've played with it enough for today. So I'm gonna stop it here. like this part of the stream, because I think I get it, and it's definitely a tool that I'm gonna start using a little bit more. Okay, I want to listen to what this thing says for a little bit, and then
Welcome to the deep dive, where we kind of take your curiosity, right, and all those resources you guys have sent us, and we try to like extract the gold, the knowledge you're really looking for, quickly, thoroughly, and with those little aha moments that, make it stick. Today's stack. Well, it's a fascinating one. Excerpts from Ludwig von Mises' Human Action, and your goal. To get to the heart of this massive, influential book without drowning in the details. And that's exactly what we're here for.
Absolutely. Human action is, a true cornerstone.
Yep.
It really helps us understand how economies and human behavior work right down to the very core. And the excerpts you've chosen, man, they span a huge spectrum. Everything from the historical tides that shaped economic thought to the very essence of value, money, capital, and the consequences of various economic systems and how we mess with them. So our mission, distill those critical insights from these pages, just for you.
Okay, so let's dive in. Right off the bat, even the story behind human action itself is kind of compelling. It wasn't just written in a vacuum, right? By the mid-1930s, the Austrian School of Economics, a movement our author was very central to was, well, it was facing a bit of a decline in its own home turf. Political and economic shifts definitely playing a role.
What's really fascinating here is the way these external pressures, these historical events, they directly influence the trajectory of, of intellectual ideas.
Yeah.
So as the threat of National Socialism grows, right, and these new academic opportunities start popping up elsewhere, a lot of key Austrian economists decide, hey, emigration. Think of Hayek moving to Great Britain, McLuhan, Haberler, Morgenstern, they all end up in the United States. And our author, he eventually finds refuge in Switzerland.
Right.
This dispersion,
Yeah.
it undeniably shaped how those ideas evolved.
Yeah, it wasn't just a personal decision for these guys. Immigration had a much wider impact on, on economic thought in general, didn't it?
Well, absolutely. Take Hayek, for instance. While he's over in Britain, maybe he sparks a renewed interest in, in Manchurian theory.
Yeah.
But his own work takes a turn toward a more abstract, pure logic of choice. Even the whole concept of general equilibrium, the movement of these intellectuals, it's like this fascinating cross-pollination of ideas, right? Economic thinking starts to evolve in these new environments.
It's like they were spreading the seed.
Exactly.
So our author eventually makes his way to the U.S., and it seems a recommendation from Henry Hazlitt at the New York Times was like the key, right? It helped get his earlier works, Omnipotent Government in Bureaucracy, published by Yale University Press back in the 40s.
And that success, pivotal. It's like, okay, foothold established, publishing relationship with Yale that paved the way for the big one,
The translation of his magnum opus, National Economy, initially. They just called it Treatise in Economics.
Okay, but Human Action, the title, it ended up with, well, it wasn't just a straight translation.
Right.
There were some serious revisions and expansions happening, and that's really important to understand. This wasn't just about switching languages, right? He basically reorganized the whole thing. A whole new chapter popped up, Economics and the Revolt Against Reason, and the chapter about the role of ideas. Way more extensive in the original German. So Human Action, this is his economic philosophy, but more mature, more comprehensive.
And here's where things get really interesting for me. Our author, he's not just fixated on the economic theories themselves. He's really concerned with the tools, the methods we use to study economics in the first place. He was strongly against anyone dismissing these methodological debates as like, just academic squabbling.
He saw right through that. Those debates, the famous method in street with the Prussian historical school, or those arguments with American institutionalism, huge implications, he thought. These weren't just, what's the best approach kind of debates. They were grappling with epistemology. How do we know what we know? And the very legitimacy of economics as this separate scientific study of human action. The core insight here is that the way we think about economics, it fundamentally shapes what we ultimately conclude. It's huge.
Yeah, so you have these historicists, right, arguing that economic theory, well, it should be replaced with really in-depth historical analysis, and then the positivists come along trying to take the methods we use in physics and just like slap them onto human behavior. It sounds like our author felt like these guys, they just didn't get what economics is really about at its core.
You nailed it. He saw these schools as trying to force economics into a box that didn't fit, applying methods meant for natural sciences or history, and ended up rejecting established economic principles in the process. They missed the uniqueness of human action, the fact that it's conscious, it's driven by purpose.
Okay, so this leads us to like a huge GE concept in his work, praxeology. Can you break this down for us in a way that, actually makes sense?
All right, let's try to unpack this. Imagine praxeology as this overarching science of human action, but in its broadest sense. The big idea is that it's teaching
This
us
is so
conclusions that hold
cool.
true for every single action we take as humans, regardless of why we're doing it, what our motivation is, or even what our specific goal is. The big idea is that to understand economics, we have to grasp the universal logic of human action, which is driven by subjective goals, not specific motivations.
So it's a framework that's super broad and like universally applicable.
Exactly. And a big part of this is it's subjectivism. Praxeology says, look, whatever goals people choose, those are the starting point. We take them as given data. We don't judge them as good or bad. It's not about the morality of the goal, but about whether the means you choose, are they actually going to get you there?
And within all this subjectivism, there's this kind of objectivity. It seems kind of contradictory, right?
It's pretty cool how it works, actually. The objectivity of praxeology comes directly from its subjectivism. By accepting individual value judgments, right? Like, that's your goal, I'm not going to judge it. The science itself, it aims to stay neutral. It avoids the biases and conflicts that come with different value systems, different ethical ideas, different politics. It wants to be universally applicable because it's rooted in the very nature of human choice, acknowledging that everybody's got their own unique goals.
Okay, so when we say action in this context, we're not talking about just any behavior, right? We're talking about behavior that's got meaning, behavior that's directed at a purpose.
Exactly. To understand an action, you got to see it as deliberate, intentional behavior aimed at something specific. And this is a huge difference from behaviorism and positivism, which try to say, oh, human actions are just reactions to stimuli. But even to describe those stimuli, you have to understand what they mean to the person experiencing them. You can't separate the action from the actor's own interpretation.
So praxeology is human in like two very important ways.
Yeah, on point. First,
Yep.
its core principles, its theorems, within its assumptions, they apply to all human actions. They don't change based on culture, historical period. The basic logic is universal. Second, it only deals with human actions. It's not about animals or some hypothetical non-human beings.
He even tackles this question, right, of whether, primitive minds and civilized minds, whether they have different logical structures. He mentions Lucien Levy-Bruhl's work.
That's right. He challenges this idea popular back then that people in, so-called primitive societies, that their thinking was somehow pre-logical, fundamentally different. He's like, no, the content of their thoughts, their beliefs, yeah, that varies across cultures. But the basic logic, the categories they use for thinking and acting, those are common to all humans, no matter their tech level. It's universal.
Interesting. So moving on to like the foundations of how we know things. Epistemology, it seems like the author wasn't into just borrowing
Man, I'm just so amazed. Like, I'm freaking baffled right now. This is just incredible stuff, man. This is so exciting. Explores the nature of authentic love and the hindrances that prevent it from realization. The text asserts that true love stems from self-awareness and understanding of others without social conditioning or personal attachments. DeMello critiques worldly feelings and attachments as sources of unhappiness, advocating for detachment and living in the present moment. He emphasizes the importance of shedding false beliefs and embracing solitude to discover love and inner peace. The work contrasts attachment with true love, portraying love as a clear-sighted selflessness rooted in freedom. Ultimately, it guides readers. Yeah, I'm gonna generate a doc and hear what they have to say about this. Man, it's just so good. Dude, I honestly don't know if there's been an AI tool that I've enjoyed this much from the jump. Dude, this-
All right, welcome to another deep dive. Today we are exploring excerpts from Anthony DeMello's The Way to Love, and it is in PDF format. We will really break this down for you like we always do.
That's right. Anthony DeMello. Now, he was quite a figure, Jesuit priest, a psychotherapist, who really became this internationally recognized spiritual guide. And that was through his writing, very insightful writing, and his public speaking. He was very engaging.
Yeah.
He actually conducted many, many conferences across the U.S., Canada, Central America.
Wow.
And he really shared these perspectives in works like A Rediscovery of Life, A Way to God for Today. You might have heard of those.
Yeah.
He also established a prayer center in India.
Oh, wow.
So really quite impactful figure. And even though he passed away in 1987, his works, they're still published and people are still exploring them,
Yeah.
really with this goal of opening up spiritual exploration for a wide audience.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to do today. We're really going to explore some of his ideas about how to live a more fulfilling life. And so we're going to look at how he, breaks down our feelings, the things that we get attached to, and this idea of societal programming
Right.
that shapes a lot of our experience. So think of this, listening to this as a shortcut to really grasp some profound concepts. And who knows, maybe you'll have an aha moment.
Yeah, exactly. And we've structured this deep dive in a way to really give you a clear understanding of how he was thinking, his line of thinking. So we'll start by looking at how he distinguishes between different kinds of feelings, and then we'll go on to explore his ideas on happiness and why happiness might be more of an illusion than we think,
Right.
and how our attentions play into that. We'll then go on to examine the impact of our internal programming.
Okay.
We'll contrast love and attachment. We'll delve into the power of awareness and selflessness, and finally we'll touch on how challenges can actually be transformative.
Yes.
And the importance of living in the present.
Yeah, let's dive right in. And we're going to start with these two types of feelings that he talks about in chapter 1, profit and loss. So he draws this line between worldly feelings, and these are things like needing approval, chasing success and power, that
Right.
sort of thing. And then soul feelings. And he links these to nature, to finding meaning in your work and in genuine connection with people.
Yeah.
So what is he getting at? What is the fundamental difference here?
Yeah, so the key insight here is that DeMello, he really sees these worldly feelings, even though they can give us temporary highs.
Right.
Like when we get praised or we achieve something externally, he sees those as largely societal creations. They're almost like tools that society uses
Oh, okay.
to keep things running, to drive productivity.
Ah, I see.
But the catch is that, according to him, these feelings, they don't really deliver lasting happiness. Like you're on this treadmill, constantly seeking validation from the outside. Never really satisfying that inner longing because the focus is always external, outside of ourselves.
So it's this constant need for something external
Precisely.
to feel good.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, he emphasizes that true fulfillment,
Right.
the kind that really nourishes us at a deeper level that comes from soul feelings.
I see.
So you can think of it as,
Maybe you'll have an aha moment.
yeah, exactly. And we've structured this deep dive in a way to really give you a clear understanding of how he was thinking, his line of thinking. So we'll start by looking at, how he distinguishes between different kinds of feelings. And then we'll go on to explore his ideas on happiness and why happiness might be more of an illusion than we think,
Right.
and how our attachments play into that. We'll then go on to examine the impact of our internal programming.
Okay.
We'll contrast love and attachment. We'll delve into the power of awareness and selflessness. And finally, we'll touch on how challenges can actually be transformative
Yes.
and the importance of living in the present.
Yeah, let's dive right in. Concepts. And who knows, maybe you'll have an aha moment.
Yeah, exactly. And we've structured this deep dive in a way to really give you a clear understanding of how he was thinking, his line of thinking. So we'll start by looking at, how he distinguishes between different kinds of feelings. And then we'll go on to explore his ideas on happiness and why happiness might be more of an illusion than we think,
Right.
and how our attachments play into that. We'll then go on to examine the impact of our internal programming.
Okay.
We'll contrast love and attachment. We'll delve into the power of awareness and selflessness. And finally, we'll touch on how challenges can actually be transformative. Deep dive in a way to really give you a clear understanding of how he was thinking, his line of thinking. So we'll start by looking at, how he distinguishes between different kinds of feelings. And then we'll go on to explore his ideas on happiness and why happiness might be more of an illusion than we think,
Right.
and how our attachments play into that. We'll then go on to examine the impact of our internal programming.
Okay.
We'll contrast love and attachment. We'll delve into the power of awareness and selflessness. And finally, we'll touch on how challenges can actually be transformative
Yes.
and the importance of living in the present.
Yeah, let's dive right in, and we're going to start with these two types of feelings that he talks about in chapter 1, profit and loss. So
So we'll start by looking at, how he distinguishes between different kinds of feelings. And then we'll go on to explore his ideas on happiness and why happiness might be more of an illusion than we think,
Right.
and how our attachments play into that. We'll then go on to examine the impact of our internal programming.
Okay.
We'll contrast love and attachment. We'll delve into the power of awareness and selflessness. And finally, we'll touch on how challenges can actually be transformative
Yes.
and the importance of living in the present.
Yeah, let's dive right in, and we're going to start with these two types of feelings that he talks about in chapter 1, profit and loss. So he draws this line between worldly feelings, and these are things like needing approval, chasing success and power, that
Right.
sort of thing, and then soul feelings. And he links these to nature, to finding meaning in your work and in genuine connection with people.
Yeah.
So what is he getting at? What is the fundamental difference here?
Yeah, so the key insight here is that DeMello, he really sees these worldly feelings, even though they can give us temporary highs.
Right.
Like when we get praised or we achieve something externally, he sees those as largely societal creations. They're almost like tools that society uses
Oh, okay.
to keep things running, to drive productivity.
Ah, I see.
But the catch is that, according to him, these feelings, they don't really deliver lasting happiness.
Mhm.
It's like you're on this treadmill, constantly seeking validation from the outside.
Right.
Never really satisfying that inner longing because the focus is always external, outside of ourselves.
So it's this constant need for something external
Precisely.
to feel good.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, he emphasizes that true fulfillment,
Right.
the kind that really nourishes us at a deeper level that comes from soul feelings.
I see.
So you can think of it as finding nourishment from within, enjoying that simple beauty around us,
Yeah.
feeling a sense of purpose in what we do,
Yeah.
and sharing those, authentic relationships.
Yeah.
And this
Life. It's about these tours, this.
sense of there's much more sustainable, profound sense of contentment
Yeah, and he even uses this parable of life. It's about these tourists that they're on a bus.
is that true fulfillment,
Right.
the kind that really nourishes us at a deeper level that comes from soul feelings.
I see.
So you can think of it as finding nourishment from within, enjoying that simple beauty around us,
Yeah.
feeling a sense of purpose in what we do,
Yeah.
and sharing those, authentic relationships.
Yeah.
And this really offers much more sustainable, profound sense of contentment.
Yeah, and he even uses this parable of life. It's about these tourists that they're on a bus and they keep the blinds down. They miss all this amazing scenery because they are so caught up in their status within their group,
Right.
like how they appear to each other,
Right.
which really, it brings home that idea of chasing the superficial stuff
Yes, sir.
and missing what really matters.
That parable is so relevant, I think. And if we connect it to our own experience,
Mhm.
for you, the listener, how often are we all guilty of that, right?
Yes.
So focused on, getting that promotion or getting that, like on social media,
Yeah.
that we just miss,
Yeah.
the actual life that's happening around us.
Right.
So it's definitely something to think about.
Absolutely. Now let's move on to this illusion of happiness and attachment, which DeMello talks about in chapters 2 and 5. And he says our unhappiness, it comes from these false beliefs.
Right.
What kind of false beliefs is he talking about?
Yeah. So the core false belief in DeMello's view is that our happiness is somehow dependent, on things outside of ourselves,
Okay.
like other people, positions, maybe specific outcomes.
Oh, okay.
And this leads to what he calls attachments. They're basically these emotional grips that we have on things, people, or situations. Outcomes.
Oh, okay.
And this leads to what he calls attachments. They're basically these emotional grips that we have with people. The false belief in DeMello's view is that our happiness is somehow dependent, on things outside of ourselves,
Okay.
like other people, positions, maybe specific outcomes.
Oh, okay.
And this leads to what he calls attachments. They're basically these emotional grips that we have on things, people, or situations
Oh, okay.
based on this mistaken idea that we need them to be okay. And here's a counterintuitive point he makes, is that these attachments can actually cause unhappiness, whether we get what we're attached to or not.
Wait, so even if we get it?
Yeah, even if we get it. So think about it. If we don't get it, yeah, obviously we're disappointed, frustrated, maybe even angry.
Right, of course.
But even if we do get it, there's this underlying fear of losing it, right?
Right.
We become so dependent.
Yeah.
And that dependence breeds anxiety and insecurity. So either way, the attachment creates a potential source of suffering.
So his answer is to let go of the attachment.
Yeah, he suggests, it's not easy, obviously.
Yeah, no, that sounds impossible.
But he suggests that the key to loosening those grips is to really see that initial belief
Okay.
that we need these things to be happy.
Yeah.
To see that as an illusion.
Okay.
He uses this very powerful image of a room that's crammed full of furniture, heavy furniture.
Oh, okay.
And each piece represents an attachment.
I see.
We might think, these pieces are giving us comfort, joy, but actually they're just weighing us down, limiting our freedom. True freedom, true happiness comes from recognizing that and letting go of this unnecessary burden.
Yeah, that's a great image, the heavy furniture. That's good. I do want to, I'm curious about, especially when it comes to, our close relationships. Is he saying that we shouldn't care about anyone?
That's a really important point to consider. DeMello's perspective here, it definitely pushes against a lot of what we're taught about the importance of close bonds.
Right.
While he highlights the pain that can come from attachment, it does make you wonder, is complete detachment really possible or even healthy?
Right.
And some psychological perspectives actually emphasize how secure attachments, can be a foundation for love and well-being.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a more complex picture than just saying, let go.
Right. It's like there's a balance.
Yeah.
There's a balance to be struck. Okay, so let's move on to chapters 3 and 4, where he talks about understanding our programming. And when he says programming, balance to be struck.
So it's definitely secure attachments, can be a foundation for love and well-being.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a more complex picture than just saying, let go.
Right. It's like there's a balance.
Yeah.
There's a balance to be struck. Okay, so let's move on to chapters 3 and 4, where he talks about understanding our programming. And when he says programming, what is he referring to exactly?
What's really interesting here is DeMello's idea that from a very young age, we're essentially being programmed by all sorts of things.
Yeah.
Our parents, society, our culture, even our own past experiences,
Wow.
to have certain expectations about how life should unfold.
Right.
And this programming, it creates this whole internal set of wants, desires, needs, what we perceive as needs, I should say.
Right.
And these then dictate how we react emotionally to the world around us.
So it's like we've got this rule book
Yeah.
and we don't even realize it's there. It's
Yeah.
telling us how things are supposed to be.
Exactly.
And then when reality doesn't follow those rules, we get upset.
Exactly. And he points out that when our expectations, right, driven by this programming, when they're met, we might feel, a temporary sense of satisfaction.
Right.
But the moment they're not met, right? Maybe a project fails or someone disagrees with us.
Yeah.
That's when we see all those negative emotions bubbling up, the frustration, anger, anxiety. And what's our usual response?
Yeah.
To
To try and fix it.
try to fix it.
Yeah.
To try to control things, right?
Right.
And people around us to fit that internal program.
Yeah.
But that's recipe for a pretty unstable and
Guys,
ultimately exhausting
I gotta
way to
go
live.
put my
Yes.
plants outside.
is.
Absolutely. So how do we unplug from this programming?
He suggests, the first step is simply to become aware of it,
Okay.
right? To really observe our reactions, especially in those moments when we feel, those unpleasant emotions coming up.
Yeah.
Instead of immediately, pointing the finger outwards, blaming the situation or someone else,
Right.
he says we should pause
Okay.
and recognize that our emotional response, it's not coming directly from what's happening externally.
Right.
It's coming from our own internal programming.
Oh, I see.
Those rigid expectations we have about how things should be.
Yeah.
And he argues that true liberation, it comes from recognizing those programs, freeing ourselves from those demands.
Right.
It allows us to act from a place of inner calm,
Yeah.
and love, rather than just reacting out of habit.
So it's like realizing that the buttons being pushed are actually inside us,
Precisely.
not out there in the world.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And think about it, those times when you just felt completely at the mercy of your emotions.
Yeah.
What DeMello is suggesting is that by understanding that underlying program that triggered that reaction,
Right.
you can start to create some space,
Yeah.
some freedom to choose a different way of responding.
That's a powerful idea.
Yeah.
Let's move on to chapters 6 and 8, where he talks about love versus attachment and what true freedom really means. So how does he differentiate between the two?
So this is really a critical distinction in DeMello's teachings. He describes love as seeing clearly, seeing someone or something for who they truly are, without the filter of our own needs, fears, expectations.
Yeah.
Attachment, on the other hand, stems from that false belief we talked about earlier. We need someone or something to complete us, to make us happy.
Right.
And it's characterized by a sense of neediness, of emotional dependence.
So that feeling of like really wanting to be special to someone, for instance, that would fall into the attachment category.
Yeah, he argues that that desire to be the most important person in someone else's life can actually come at the cost of our own freedom.
Oh, I see.
Right? We might find ourselves constantly trying to please them.
Yeah.
Molding ourselves to fit what we think they want, all to, secure that special position. True love, according to DeMello, is the opposite of that. It's the absence of possessiveness, manipulation, jealousy.
Wow.
It's about genuinely wanting the best for that other person and allowing them the freedom to be themselves.
Yeah.
Without, needing them to fulfill our own sense of happiness.
Yeah, and he gives this example of a relationship where one person is constantly needing reassurance.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And how things shift when they start to actually appreciate their partner for who they are.
Exactly.
Yet also building their own sense of self-worth.
Exactly.
It really highlights that difference between needing someone
Yeah.
and appreciating them.
Exactly. When we're attached, the other person becomes almost like an object.
Right.
That we need for our own well-being.
Yeah.
When we love, we see them as this separate, unique individual with their own inherent value.
Yes.
But here's another angle to consider. This very sharp divide DeMello draws between love and attachment, it might not fully capture the nuances of human connection.
Right.
Some would argue that a healthy interdependence, right, where there's mutual support and care,
Right.
that can actually be a form of love. That doesn't necessarily equate to unhealthy attachment.
Right.
So it's a complex area.
It's a complex area, for sure. Okay, let's explore chapters 11, 12, and 22, where he talks about this power of awareness and selflessness.
Right.
And he uses this interesting idea of our minds getting clogged up with self 11, 12, and 22, where he... Right.
That can actually be a form of love. That doesn't necessarily equate to unhealthy attachment.
Right.
So it's a complex area.
It's a complex area, for sure. Okay, let's explore chapters 11, 12, and 22, where he talks about this power of awareness and selflessness.
Right.
And he uses this interesting idea of our minds getting clogged up with layers of fat.
Right.
So what does that represent?
What's so fascinating is that those layers of fat, they're all those unexamined beliefs, assumptions, judgments, past experiences that really cloud our minds.
Oh, okay.
And prevent us from seeing reality as it is.
Wow.
Right. It's the mental clutter that distorts our perception.
Yeah.
And to break through this, DeMello emphasizes the importance of really like fresh observation.
Okay.
Right. Seeing things as if for the very first time without that lens of our past conditioning.
So seeing the world with new eyes.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And closely linked to this awareness is this idea of selfless giving. He
Mhm.
describes true giving as, something that comes without any thought of reward or recognition. It's an action that's purely driven by compassion.
Wow.
He even goes as far as saying that true happiness is uncaused.
Yeah.
It's not dependent on external events
Yeah.
or even our own conscious efforts.
Wow.
It's more of a fundamental state of being
Okay.
that emerges when we drop those layers of mental clutter.
Happiness for no reason.
Yeah,
Wow.
it is. And he stresses that self-awareness is a crucial component in all of this.
Right.
It involves really, honestly examining our own motives, our own emotions, even the uncomfortable ones.
Yeah.
And this kind of deep self-inquiry, he argues it leads to much more genuine, and sensitive way of interacting with the world.
Right.
And with others.
So it's like decluttering not just our thoughts,
Exactly.
but but our intentions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if we bring this back to you listening, think about those times when you've reacted automatically.
Yeah.
Right? Without really stopping to consider why.
Yeah.
DeMello's encouraging us to shine that light of awareness on our thoughts and actions.
Right.
To really understand the why behind them.
Yeah.
And that can be incredibly freeing.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's tackle chapters 7, 14, and 26, where he talks about embracing challenges and even finding value in the people we dislike.
Right.
And in painful experiences, which again, I think, is a very kind of counterintuitive.
It is. What's interesting is his idea that those people who really rub us the wrong way,
Yeah.
they can actually serve as these incredible mirrors to really understand the why behind them.
Yeah.
And that can be incredibly freeing.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's tackle chapters 7, 14, and 26, where he talks about embracing challenges and even finding value in the people we dislike.
Right.
And in painful experiences, which again, I think is a very kind of counterintuitive.
It is. What's interesting is his idea that those people who really rub us the wrong way,
Yeah.
they can actually serve as these incredible mirrors reflecting back to us, our own negative emotions, our own unresolved issues. And by observing our reactions to them, right, without immediately judging them, we can gain really valuable insights into ourselves. And he even suggests that these difficult relationships, they can be opportunities for us to cultivate compassion and ultimately achieve greater inner freedom.
So it's less about trying to change them and more about understanding ourselves
Exactly.
through our interactions with them.
Exactly. He contrasts this, often turbulent, dissatisfied nature of humans, with the simple contentment of a rose, for example.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And he emphasizes this power of self-observation without judgment.
Right.
And and when it comes to painful events, he argues that these experiences, while they're undoubtedly difficult,
Right.
they often contain these seeds of self-discovery, growth, and even liberation.
Okay.
Right. And he encourages us to look back at those challenging times and see if we can identify those hidden lessons, the ways they might have actually helped us to develop.
It's like reframing adversity, not as something to avoid,
Exactly.
but as a potential catalyst for growth.
Precisely. Think about challenging relationships you've had or difficult times that you've gone through. What DeMello is suggesting is that by looking at them through this lens, you might discover, these hidden strengths, a deeper understanding of yourself,
Right.
greater capacity for empathy.
Yeah. Finally, let's touch on chapters 28 and 29, where he discusses living in the present moment and the importance of letting go. So what are the key takeaways here?
He argues that a lot of our insecurity doesn't actually stem from our current circumstances, but from those ingrained beliefs and expectations, that internal programming that we talked about.
Right.
And he suggests that by shifting our focus to the present moment
Okay.
and truly embracing what's happening right now, we can alleviate a significant amount of that anxiety.
Yeah.
He even uses these beautiful images of birds and flowers, living fully in the now.
Yeah.
As as examples for us to learn from.
Right. So it's about focusing on what's happening right now rather than getting caught up in worries about the future or regrets about the past.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he also talks about death
Okay.
as this natural part of life, this fundamental process of letting go.
Right.
And he suggests that our tendency to cling to people, possessions, ideas, it actually prevents us from fully embracing life.
Wow.
Right? By resisting change, resisting the natural flow,
Yeah.
we create fear. Not just the fear of death, but the fear of truly living
Right.
in all its impermanence.
Right.
And he emphasizes that true living requires a willingness to let go.
Yeah. So he's encouraging us to savor the present, really appreciate the here and now.
Precisely.
Rather than constantly be preoccupied with what's next or what happened before.
Precisely. And, think about, those anxieties you might have about the future. DeMello's inviting you to question, are those worries really serving you? Or, could perhaps a greater focus on savoring the present lead to a much greater sense of peace and fulfillment?
Yeah. So really, to bring it all together, we've explored DeMello's ideas, this difference between those fleeting worldly feelings and the deeper soul feelings, this idea that happiness tied to external things can be a bit of a mirage.
Yeah.
This powerful influence of our internal programming.
Right.
How love differs from attachment.
Yes.
The transformative potential of being more aware and acting selflessly.
Yeah.
And this vital importance of embracing the present and learning to let go.
Absolutely. This deep dive was really designed to give you that, concentrated look at these profound
I am just, wow, this is so amazing. This tool is just an automatic favorite. I'm baffled, honestly. I'm baffled. All right. So good. It's the same. It's called NotebookLM. Like, basically, what it but in certain there's the call input service, there's Exile, there's EPS, there's websites, there are videos, and you did all the same thing. Let me show you this real quick. I'm not out of the flow. This is by far. Yeah, do your thing. Actually amazing. So, this is a book I read some time ago. It was actually recommended to me personally through a podcast somewhere by that Naval guy. Where he's it's like that. Because he's a big philosophy guy. He's like, oh, like read the fundamental texts. Like all the old questions have, all the biggest questions have like old answers. Because they're the biggest questions. They're fundamental to being a human kind of thing. Yeah. And he recommends a few philosophers and whatever. And one of them is this Jesuit priest named Anthony de Mello. And he has this book called The Way to Love. And so I have the book. It's a little tiny one. It's upstairs. I wish it was bigger, but whatever. I tried it out on this other thing, but basically you can add a bunch of sources here, and then that trains this LLM on this, and it creates a chat, but also this studio tab over here. So I uploaded this book, and it gives you like this brief summary of it, and then there's a place to add questions. So like it recommends a few questions, but you can ask it whatever. So it's like, how does de Mello distinguish between authentic love and the illusions of attachments or dependency and whatever it seems in spiritual growth? So whatever, it'll take a moment to answer that. It's actually kind of crazy. This thing's yeah, it's super quick, and it gives you this good thing. It draws on things that they say and it adds something, but also like I can pin this and it becomes a note that's saved over there. It can generate a study guide for it. So like it'll say like, here's 10 questions, here's answers to those questions, and here's like glossary for it. So if I pull that up, it's like, okay, so summary of the key chapters, key themes, here's a quiz, here's the answers to the quiz, here's essay format questions, here's glossary terms. If I go over here, I haven't looked at the briefing document before, I haven't looked at this before or this, but what's honestly the most incredible part is that like it will generate a podcast episode on the book where like two voices are talking about this book. What? And it's like, dude, like it sounds so real, like
All right, welcome to another deep dive. Today we are exploring excerpts from Anthony de Mello's The Way to Love, and it is in PDF format. We will really break this down for you like we always do.
That's right. Anthony de Mello. Now, he was quite a figure, Jesuit priest, a psychotherapist, who really became this internationally
Like these
recognized
guys are even saying,
spiritual guide.
oh, well, he was
And that was through his writing. Very insightful writing.
Yeah.
His public speaking. He was
it's like,
very
oh, this is what we're
engaging.
gonna
He actually
do,
set
and
up
then it'll be
many
like, oh yeah, he's
conferences
talking about
across
this,
the
and
US,
it's like,
Canada, Central
oh
America.
right, okay.
And
that
he really
makes
shared
sense.
these
Yeah, and it
perspectives
kind of
words
makes me
like
think of this.
A rediscovery of life, a way to God for today. You might have heard of those.
Yeah.
He also established a prayer center in India.
Oh, wow.
Isn't
So
that
really
like
quite, quite an impactful
unbelievable?
figure.
Dude,
And
this is
even
fucking
though
crazy.
He,
This
passed away
is-
That is fucking nuts. I mean, that's gonna change how you consume. Yeah,
Literally, man.
you could be fucking working out, fucking doing all sorts of shit. You could be
Yeah.
on top of just, audiobook. Because the thing about the audiobook is you're reading it, but then you're like, how do I reframe? Like, how do I make notes from that specific thing?
Yeah, and just like you can ask the text any question.
Yeah.
And like the context window on this is crazy. Like, if you get the pro version, which I think is like $20, it has 150 million tokens. And so basically, how you can think about a token is like a piece of text. It when it's like training an LLM or when it's reading it, what it does is that it reads through the text and it creates these vectors, which are basically like numbers, to be like, hey, this sentence or this word or this chunk of this word translates to this token. And tokens are obviously like much more readable, so you can condense so much information just into like a word. And so like I don't even know what 150 million token, like let's chat GPT, what if I was giving you uh, a book, how long of a book or how many pages of text would fit into a 150 million token context window? I'm gonna guess and say this is like 100,000 plus pages.
A token 500, 600 pages of standard text in a book.
What is this? 150 million. Therefore, a book with this context window would approximately be 150,000 to 180,000 words. Yeah. So it's like, wait. Around 500 to 600 pages of a standard text in a book, depending on factors like font size, spacing, and formatting. The estimation assumes an average of 300 tokens per page. Therefore, a book with the context window would be approximately 150 to 180,000 words in length. That seems like pretty small, actually. And I don't think that's actually right because this book, granted, maybe it doesn't capture the whole book, but like this other one that I put in it, and it does a pretty good summary of it, is like 900 pages long. So I think I think it's much longer than that, but maybe I'm tripping. I don't really know. But either way, that's it's insane. And the like look at all the stuff that it just generates for that like
Yeah.
a timeline stuff. And what I think is really cool is that like All right, guys, I'm back. Here we go.
Good times and bad times we share. We know it's gonna be that way. Never ever let me down. Always be around. 'Cause I'm needing you, wanting you, and you alone. See my heart and know just what I'm thinking of. I can't let go. Oh no, baby. There's something about the way you give me free. You release my soul, let me free. I'll never let you go, let me free. In every part of me, there's a reason that you set me free. Let you go, come on. In every part of me, there's a reason that you set me free.
Man, I know I keep saying it, but this is just like incredible. Is this gonna be an issue with copyright? Like, is this? I don't know.
Right up and down. Oh, scared you? Yeah, what's up, man? You'll not miss me, bro. I'm going soon, bro. Where are you going? Really?
Huh?
Go back to France.
You're Sorry, guys. On a call. Business. have to stop here. I have to stop here. I've been reading this. I'm just loving this tool. Anyways, okay, I'm gonna stop playing with this tool now. try to play with this madness thing. Where the lungs take to stop. I notice what? I'm just running Node version 23.7, but the project requires I'd rather Shirley. But don't call me Shirley. Don't call me Shirley. For sure. I don't want next. Nah. Dude, as soon as I smoke weed, I cannot fucking play any game. Yeah, that'll do it. gotta try breathing, my bro. So I'm looking at the wrong one.